Вась, что там отдыхать было написано где-то? Так, что у нас там по заданию? Так я же его нашел. Почему он не выполнился?
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah, like a fucking volcano.
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Yeah, Kuno's got some advice for you. What are you? Like 80, right?
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy and turn it into some sort of a Kuno-fied non-vomiter. That's right. Turn your weaknesses into conceptual strengths. Try it again now. He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Fuck no!
Kuno, they've almost...
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the...
He'd rather die than work with the justice system.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. An off-key melody starts playing after.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your...
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. All you hear is static, but no one answers the... You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked... You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
She sounds almost antique, as if her... Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
My...
The lieutenant exchange...
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would...
She must be mistaking you for someone. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone ever since I came to work.
A spot of static overrides her.
It's so nice.
She sounds like She's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop playing with this doorbell. It looks ancient.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do.
Silence. No one's home at 4. Silence. No one answers. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. Silence. No one answers. This button looks new.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
You hear the same waiting room music.
Интересно, мужчина, что это за хуйня?
This Postlevantorie mail collection box. A faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102 with a... The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also. The mailbox does not know how to man up. It is an inanimate object. An endless variety of source books, law books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunter's Books in a board game section. Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral 3rd edition mega setting supplements. That price is steep. But then it's the 3rd edition mega setting supplement, so it makes sense.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulin. Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children. Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real. Lousy auras there. No, roll. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have... Welcome to Crime, Romance and Biography. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future. God, I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. She can, if she has enough willpower.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff and severe. She's looking for one, but there's simply...
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her in there. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. It's a proper place to live. One of the most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity. He made the initial investment.
Super silent, almost inaudibly so.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand. She's been too busy helping me here. So I assure you, I of all people understand the...
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into. The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's...
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now.
Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there. Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? You must have forgotten something you heard.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Скоро изучить. Подожди-ка.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection to inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing...
Nothing? Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the book?
She speaks almost as if she's trying. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtain...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's awfully parapsychologically speaking. We're dumb if you decide to open them. I won't...
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's room for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. Thank you. Let's just talk about...
Talking is always good. Ghost, the curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn...
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't snapped in half yet.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place... Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined...
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains.
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy. Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have soon... There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here. It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that... Oh, this! No, it's a special Himian... There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books...
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable...
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. You're no para-detective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker.
You look like one. The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
How do you know?
Here we go.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us... If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity...
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Yes, a malignant entity. that lives inside the chimney. It takes the form of a woman. A witch most... Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask... Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite...
What do you discover? Probably just some office.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to just...
The woman looks aloof. Her features much.
Прикольная штука. Однако, сколько там? 92%, ну почти уже. Следовалось. Тут что-то по шмоту дали, да? Шляпу дали.
You see a set of tattered... You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash.
Oh!
These shelves are overburdened with a couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books.
Oh, crime, robberies, murder. You're a police officer.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work. What's more, they completely ignore not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officers. You see, Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the clock tower. Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve... Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. And now, after all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere. Is it because the smoking dame in the slinky red dress on the cover? Yes, it is. The bulge in your pants is embarrassing. Relax. It's not that bad. Also,
Something the matter, detective?
the lieutenant
I would certainly say she fits that description, providing that's your type.
The plaque on the shelf reads, biographies of...
I would say... The Greatest Innocence, a very influential historical figure. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal perhaps for a layman.
Do her words seem vague and...
Certainly, it's prudent for a...
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside. Browsing through all the books with all them, suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, chronicles the romance between two of next to Irv's life story. Next to that, Revacholian radio person.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not... I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insul. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a Ozon, Laurentide, Fas Alamer,
archipelago disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you can on Caillou, Revachon, a single black star on Ozone. For 850 million people live on these. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, connections to other worlds. Words past the. You have little idea what they are. Perhaps they are gods. The north coast of a verdant island is to the east, rolling hillsides. Hudon. It's somewhere. It's so small you can't even see it on the. It's not really a map. It's detailed.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez, that old thing, it's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that from when some design studio people tried to...
The place does not look like a successful...
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
You've acquired an interactable item.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is... They're quite valuable, though they might... Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez. With directions, your finger moves through the various streets, finally coming to a halt on the spot.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Так, где-то здесь. Да? Сколько фиш? Прикольно.
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 1938, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite, amid drug paraphernalia, unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia...
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Будет прокачиваться. Внушение, да. На. Грейх. Я их получаю, как его знает.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens if not hundreds, of Seminoese trinkets and charms. It appeared after exerting some force, you managed to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting...
What is this place? I think you're right, though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. We should find a flashlight.
Some specks of dust shimmer in an eerie feeling rises in your chest. The lieutenant nods.
Yes?
Only banal things strike you.
Без. Что с ним?
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people of a particularly...
Nothing you can say would make you... Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that is psychological.
Нихуя себе, это что, я соснул так? Ебать, вот оказывается можно быстро соснуть нахуй.
What is this place? I think you're right, though it looks... I doubt the electricity...
Some specks of dust ship an eerie feeling rises in your chest. The lieutenant nods.
Боевым духом. Ну. Где эта хуйня?
Yes?
Куда он хочет? Где фонарик? В Кемень? Что-то по Кемень, блядь, вообще.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? You must have forgotten something you heard again.
Что за... И что там просто всирается она? А, не, на единичка есть. Это.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you...
Ай, блядь, и чё и где?
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork. This must be the infernal machine that toy from. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. A metallic drawer slides out.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some.
It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pry bar feels useful for opening. The handles are. You can do good work with the pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the stick. The white suede feels like your fingers waste no time closing around the handle. Clutch disengaged. The smell of freshly. I'm good, cherished and cared for in the hands of a ten.
Просто на пустом месте боевой дух сносится где-то. Что такое?
What is this place? I think you're right. I doubt the.
Some specks an eerie feeling rises. The lieutenant.
Символика качается.
Before you stands. This must be the. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oil, a metallic.
Take what you need, officer.
Its robot lets you see the pry useful for the handle. You can do good. The pull-out toolbox slides back into the white. Your fingers waste no time closing around the hand. The smell of. I'm good, cherished and cared for in the hand. You feel an uninterrupted connection to the mechanics. After a while, you realize, of course it's only in your head. Of course, the handle is pulled back. In the cabin, you see a set of sticks. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled.
There's no use pressing the heat button.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. The frequency tableau, like the soft purr of a.
This is Precinct 57.
Hello, Alice. Please.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57.
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, slow.
Officer, I have. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? You mean, why did I leave the bar?
Why not?
What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring guard.
God, why can't you just
I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing. No, not me. No, sorry. I don't. People don't have the money to have the cables to...
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dog.
Okay. I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. You don't live here. You don't understand. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down. Yes, I know. It's just... Yeah, go on. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
No, she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like God. Trust me, you wouldn't want to be the... No. You're the guy. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster. What misogyny? I'm just telling things that you have to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to think you can do that, Lieutenant Love.
Вот это кринжатина, блять. Сука.
You're just a gimp. What?
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10...
The man uses relay code.
10-4, message received. 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-4, your badge should have most of your personal details. Look over that. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received.
Is it him? What?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report.
He what? He lost his badge?
This is communication. You mean your partner?
What is he saying?
He's asking...
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Wittmar, sir.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened.
Oh goddamn it! Is he fucking kidding?
Satellite Officer Wittmar is wondering if you might be joking.
Mullen dicked us.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this.
What's going on?
Supercop here
He lost his badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
He asks you to please stop.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering.
You don't have a comeback.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking. 10-9, come again. I didn't...
New heights even for...
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if...
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? No. It's...
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun.
Lying? Over the phone? It's easy.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it and fast.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance? Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take just...
Her voice is...
Got...
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh. It's you.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs now, what else? I'm not a brain doctor.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
Yes, there's no end to the misfortune. Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. That's because you're hung over. Even the radio waves coming... That's the tiny vessels pulsating from high blood pressure, stupido. The busy kind. It's not...
It certainly does not help with aiming.
And you survived it. Even better. Anything else? What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the... You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium, and no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact...
It's not fucking cryo-actylot...
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? This is... Sylvie Mala... Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? Yes, I know who you are.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past.
Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost it.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it.
Oh, those again. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun... I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall." There is silence on the other end of the line.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying it almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on.
You hear the call breaking up.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
As always, it's DJ Mesh and Fellatio, and you're listening to...
A flock of seagulls takes off right away. The lieutenant reaches.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime... is that what it was called?
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Souped up motor carriage for one bad bat.
God damn it! Look, it helps me to stay alert on long nights, okay? It's a method. I'm not some kind of speed freak or... You would be too if you had this motor. But seriously, let's quit joking around.
This is Precinct 57. 57.
In the cabin, you see a...
Вот это очко, нахуй.
Volumetric shit compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around...
Все закрыты, да? Понятно. Кто позвонил? Так я же нашел, блядь, второй ботинок. Почему он не выполняется?
Hello again, officer. Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I don't know anything.
Pig is a widely...
No need to worry, we are not saying...
Okay. Well, I didn't.
Hello again, sweetie.
The worker is in a deep slumber. You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Real mature, man. What exactly were you trying to...
Damn, your feet thought we got away.
You know what? The stupid drinks you've had are on the house. You know why? Because I know... Now, I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window. That's 100 square. Don't thank me yet. You still owe me 100 real. Now, what the hell did you want? I assume you wanted something to come back here. What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. They come here in the evenings.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up soon.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's...
What?
By the way, you should come back to this...
Yes, have you got it? Like what? I was Another thing. Great. Yes?
A thin man is smoking below. As you step in, he nods toward the table. Okay, it's definitely not his name. The man puts his cup down and replies something. He smiles, and it's almost like music, especially with... The man ponders his cup. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. The cobalt blues, old cobalt paint. It leads to a side building. The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen.
The winch. Outside. In the backyard. Remember? No. Your fingers do.
Well, if there was a winch...
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Oh yes, that door. Sure. There's nothing mysterious. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. Or some boring storage space.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely...
Fine, okay. A little. But my job doesn't... So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After the animals. Yes?
Мифанул, блядь, удостоверение, блядь, и форму. Это прискорбно.
Yes?
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you. This door can...
Очень открывается.
bed is cold and a mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. Your hands, however skillful, can't manage this task on their own. You should get your chain cutters out. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, the door. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just in. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Происхождение нет, пара. Спасибо. Еще где-то просрал удостоверение и пистолет. Вот это охуенный полицейский. Синебут какой-то, блядь.
Barbell lies on it's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the there are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one... Yes? Yes? Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a... They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your...
Yes, but containers contain things. Shut...
I don't know. Containers contain. I get...
Да, я слышу. Прикольно, чтобы я только заметил эту фичу, блядь. скипнем до интересностей. Здесь всё заброшено.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube shape.
A radio computer. Just sit.
What he means is that these things. This is the Ream Civic radio computer. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types, translucent Welkins. You should adopt one of those Welkins as your persona. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara Hanira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly the Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just... This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. Just look at those details.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes. Entire oceans have been frozen. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, albeit dark and cold. This vision also feels cozy in its own way. Like eggnog, a pinned postcard reads, "The heat deaths." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like spring. It looks a bit like an Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing. As time goes on, the numbers in the...
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the handwriting is only partly legible, but the full text reads, "This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6. UKV 123, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillary. You think so? The web is... They must have had massive air width. These things don't come cheap. Someone very important. A conductor for the hundreds of whoever decides to call in to a list of names under the stations suggests people across six. There's no way.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious they... Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines. The dusty radio computer sleeps.
We had one of these down at the station, but I never really...
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent player. It's empty like a beehive. Without the filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the key. The static gets louder.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislain. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production? Good.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. I am contractually obliged to protect the
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have...
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do? Fortress accident is the company. One moment. Fortress accident SCA produce.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect them. I work as a repeater at least. As for me, well, now, please tell me if there's thank you and good...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Nothing happens. Your flashlight slides. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still... The handwriting is only partly legible. The full text read. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint. It looks a bit like Mini-Me stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work as time goes on.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner. These lie one of the welkins, towering. Your eyes glide over. This old fireplace is... The whole thing resembles Kate. You see a terrifying ice bear. The bear looks oddly realistic.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. I think...
Like he's ready to lay out.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it. Make it through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Then there's the game master frequency.
Coordinating so many games.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games.
Not in Revachol.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isol. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway.
Super cool.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... Ah, yes. The doom of bad business practices. Okay, let's keep moving.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and...
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But what...
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those... It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around.
He likes this find.
Чё там, уже все запарилось? Чё говоришь?
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads off into the darkness, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one, something close to you, dies.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say. Only the red cable is plugged. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire.
It's dark and grimy here. And the echo is so prominent, it's impossible to just.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
A lush layer of coal. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man. You see the looming shadow. The bear looks oddly realistic. The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes glued to the animal. It's dark inside. A faint waft of cold air rolls out. The lieutenant takes a peek inside.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. At least it's not running them a loss anymore, now that you've unplugged the cable.
The fridge sits empty before you, an overindulgent wardrobe. Now that the note is written with a blue pencil on a piece.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sully Soif.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. Really? You don't have a single Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box? This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but no. This is going to need something else. Some kind of super pry. If you want to try again, then you need to have...
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. This orange machine is dead. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed. You see the pry bar's metal...
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it. But this, I have no idea, officer. These ice cream make...
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty... A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you. A might...
Hello? Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor.
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
After you, officer.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. So what kind of diet?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way rate. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of...
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
How strange. Well, if you're interested, take a look around and see if there's any...
It almost looks as if the stones, no falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make... Not especially. I like working with rare materials.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of Plaisance, the bookshop lady. I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central Port. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to...
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real? Is it now? I've always thought it's a rather... Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the...
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't...
A bit of experiment. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
Me neither. I just want it off my face. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I think it would take more than a gym to help. A kind man, from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse.
It's not really full of that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful. Oh, this one's a mess. Turns out, the business was actually set up...
What's the
and they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she said.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with...
Good luck with that. It's not easy, Cat. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist. Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in... And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Actually, insects do have brains, but yes,
As she shifts around, you notice several...
Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula, or the usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades...
They were just the props. Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing...
That's understandable.
They certainly took their work very seriously. If the usual, they ran out of money and couldn't... Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seem to believe...
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time. And so it's producing something extraordinary. Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood. And by man the booth, I mean slumped behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing. Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. They were and they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. You did what? Really? You broke it? What a shame. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said...
Sounds cool.
Megatherion. A mega wild beast. It's an imaginary by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. You shouldn't do them. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? Oh, right. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta...
If the Whirling is part of the same building, then It's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago.
It was too real to be. Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. My advice, don't base your business on a fad.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it's still... Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? Nothing really.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But well, there's always something going. During daytime, there are usually those kids.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday. I might have, but in this case,
It's light here.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. No need to rush. Take a look around. Of course. Tell me what you... I think I have just the right one for you. You're a police officer, right?
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it. Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with what?
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made...
She winked back at you.
You definitely need luck in Martinez. Was there anything... I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. I'm listening. Good. I hope it...
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously grit like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear, ain't good. They're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only... Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The speaker comes...
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the past received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business. Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed. That's a good question. Reality is ruthless.
Yes?
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting. Yes, yes.
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
I knew it. Oh, such horror. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, Then where is the source?
The narrative she's built herself. She's squeezing on the... To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
You're telling me that you went in there and didn't find out any... Of course. I should have known better. The investigation's over. I don't want you going in there anymore. You're only angering the psychic weather in here. Now, if you're not going to buy...
There was never any other way.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here?
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents.
You could follow the tracks south.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't...
There he still is, looking. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails. Or isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted. Yes? What do you want to know? No, it's not a po-
The lieutenant,
Good.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid as a padlock. Well, it is a container. Maybe.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar I did. This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. Well, it is a container. Maybe you're prioritizing it. Force time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid. There's a creaking sound as the pry bar slips under the lid. You hang from it like a moron.
The quality of metal is not the problem. From what I see, it's sturdy enough.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Yeah, screaming isn't. All you feel is pain and weak. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. There they both are. Two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear, ain't good. They're balanced. Your flashlights, some of the writing, these light translucent. You should have one of the Welkins. It's Vara the hull.
An inordinate amount of time. Some people really. This looks like concept. Politic. Just look at those details.
The photo collar, entire you see, albeit a pinned postcard read. The handwriting is the photo entire you see, albeit a pinned postcard. This, it looks minimi, stands for a. As time goes on, the
looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left. This old fire, the whole thing resembles history classes. Radio frequencies, it seems unclear. It looks like a cut. You think so? The web is they must have had massive airwidth. Someone very important. A conductor for the hundreds of stories. Whoever decides to. A list of names. There's no.
My God. It has. Exactly.
Nothing. It's. This appears to be some kind of machine.
The radio computer?
What do you mean? This is the Ream Civic radio computer. Model RC.
We have one of these down at this.
The machine lights up like some It's empty, like a beehive. The filament you have would fit perfectly, like a smooth draw. The filament slide. A bar of fabric. The static.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. The filament you... Yes. Is that the production check? Good.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's...
No.
A hint system.
Still no. I am contractually obliged.
I'm afraid we are not doing...
Now, can you perceive...
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Fortress accident. One more. Fortress accident.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes,
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as now. Please, thank you. And
Tiles on the cube are still. You see, the bear looks oddly realistic. You see, the bear looks oddly realistic. The lieutenant doesn't answer. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to. The lieutenant takes a peek inside.
Of course. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers. With the bread, you pocket the note and the little fridge magnets, keeping it on a friendly card. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must. A few bricks have fallen.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolution. There is, yes. And there also appears to be.
Your hand reaches deep into.
Are these in it?
Most of them are rust.
That's a rare sight. Seems to not. It means there are firearms, albeit.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to something close to you.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises somewhere. A machine hums along with the current, happy and contented. Thick layer of coal dust.
Looks like it. Looks like an old sun. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness, the echo is so.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney, please. It's not safe. You're right. The rooms do look like...
Always has to be the a lush layer of... Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future. You muster all your strength and yell. A thick layer of coal dust covered.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, that is the question.
Like he's ready to lay up.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Through Colin State, then there's the game
coordinating so...
Not to my
Not in...
But I don't think anyone has attempted to... Indeed.
Super cool.
No idea. They stopped fit. Indeed. It's ambitious, and yes, especially... Okay, let's keep moving.
A thick layer of coal dust.
Looks like it. No one has used it in it.
It's dark, the echo...
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's... You're right.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man. Something breaks loose in you.
Hello? Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs.
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
After you, officer.
A lush layer. Maybe you could paint...
Hello. Did you try not... So what kind of...
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her.
Yes, I mean, mostly they just teach you to swear in Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? I'm a novelty type.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Answers? How strange. I'm not sure how helpful I'll be.
It almost looks as if no falsehoods are present.
How did I become? Some of my friends were role players, not especially.
Some of those nice people have big bucks.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. I think I have just the right... You're a police officer.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. But you overthink it. Your hands can't agree what to...
Ah, down the drain, like your career. I apologize, officer. That comment was unnecessary. That one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. It's a shame. They might have brought you... Now, was there anything else?
A thick layer of coal dust. It's dark, the echo...
What are you doing? Wait, really? You should investigate.
To muster all your... Thick layer of coal. It's dark, the echo...
What are you doing? Wait, really? You should investigate.
Something.
Hello?
After you, officer.
Hello. Did you try not? So what kind?
She's got a direct view to the backyard.
Yes, mostly they just teach you. Then how did you get inside? I'm a novelty.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by...
Very good. Take a look around and see if there's...
It almost looks as if no falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to...
Of course. Tell me what you... I think I have... You're a police officer, right?
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you overthink it.
Hello. Did you try... So what kind of...
She's got a direct view to the backyard.
Yes, mostly. Then how did you get inside? I'm a novelty dice maker.
Role-playing games?
Answers? I'm not sure how...
It almost no falsehoods are present.
Of course. Tell me what... I think you're a police...
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it. Mr. Smooth Moves. You snatched the dice.
Oh, what are the odds?
She winked back at you.
You definitely need luck in my... How did I be... Some of my... I've grown crafty over the... Nothing really.
The lieutenant looked.
Your window looks dark.
I'm sorry, Detective. Well, there's always something. During daytime, they're usually...
She's heard of the murder.
But I never saw anyone during... I might have...
It's light here.
It's really hard to make anything out. It's an odd profession.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace, but when I arrived...
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other bit.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about Plaisance, the bookshop lady. I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rack? And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Is that what you think, officer? That the curse is real? Is it now? Well... If you ever find a way to explain all those
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful as far as...
More or less.
Oh, quite a lot of them.
Yes, I think it...
A bit of experiment. It's not about the haircut. It's about...
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym. It was Artemiteps Boxing Club. A kind man. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh, yes. You mean the kid with the same... I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't.
It's not really full of...
Eventually, the coalition took away... Oh, this one's on... Turns out...
What's the snap?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and it's a Sub-Rosa radio station that...
Nothing changes in her tone.
Don't worry, the ICP has a...
Good luck with that. You mean Mr. Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here. Yeah, the atelier did, and you know how. And, naturally, all the most fashionable, at least it had some...
As she shifts her...
Anything else? They were made by... Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extra.
They were just the props. Maybe you could make a sword out of one.
Fortress accident. They were an interesting.
That's understandable.
They certainly took their work very. The usual. They ran out of money and. Well, I did. They seem to believe they were.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when, in the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have it. Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is...
Anything else? Oh boy, the fable. The place was all.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
Of course not. The bear. Eventually, Ravishaw Ice City lost the price war to its rival. Maybe. Because the taxidermist, he said that the bear was his vision beast. He said...
Sounds cool.
It's an image by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream.
Little sparkling.
Anything else? Another failed business? Oh, right. I think none of...
The doorbell with the empty...
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. You could say so. Both houses.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Doom commercial.
Right. It used to be my advice.
Agreed. Pinball is the...
It can't be true. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was placed... Oh, right. But did this person... Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major...
It was too real to be... Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harm.
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it can't be... Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Tricentennial... It used to be a major...
It was too real. Whatever happened, keep your cool.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were... Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I'm listening. Good. I hope it...
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing...
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolution.
The note is written.
Does it say anything?
This is tangential at best. Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy. You'll find the filament memory with...
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their prop. That's implausible. It belongs inside a radio Really? You don't know? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a I don't know. I assume...
Didn't you see one? Right. This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring. You slip your fingers up. No, this is going to need something else. If you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar by...
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand crank. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You could swear you succeeded, but the lid simply won't. You see the pry bar's metal handle.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it. I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't...
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool. This orange machine is buzzing. An old called East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Strong, all right. Maybe not healthier, but it's a bone. There's a light buzz as you press the... There's the static again.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's huge.
Wait, is she...
Michelle, just... Why did you even call?
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathe.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been... as if my mind... It's so nice. It's so nice.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her sound melts into the static from a... This is where you hung up the call the last time. A phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and no one replies. But the static grows stronger. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium light.
So, it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together...
That is true.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want? Why would Slipstream SCA have 100 years? I'm still convinced it would...
My money is on electrical anomaly. I've heard of these, especially in an old building like this.
Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. She has begun to idly clean one. East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. This button.
This button looks new. I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't been connected yet.
You're alive and well. Yes, yes.
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants.
I knew it. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sort? I don't understand. If you're not sure it's her.
The narrative she's built herself. She's squeezing up to hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
A third order I've heard of these triactors. In certain... I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, May the Lord be with...
Well, this has been absolutely... Should we get out of here? Before the vortex collapses?
Hi, Ace Detective.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of... The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks...
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruining a coin. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk, written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. You know this to be the star of Pericarnassus. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in 49. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was... We should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship had...
this coin-operated viewer.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup.
I'm trying to.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. The cold metal ball is surprising. Already, a chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, an embodiment of pure motion.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit. It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least...
What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull. Well, it damn well isn't. It's
Take it easy, René.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You are as a goddamn bull. Will this...
Thank you, officer. This is really something... Honestly,
Mon Dieu.
Yes, why did you? You never know. He might know something. This is a good...
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting Yes. It was left by... Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They sadly know. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. Should have fought dirty, like they did with this.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Yes. The Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boats first made landfall and cleaned those...
Blood Ground. You got old René going there.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but... the damn right, son. They let the fire of hell. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition...
You don't even begin to truly
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
No, they don't. But I'm sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to... Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful. This is just what the commies wanted. This was the plan all along. A true king in both blood and mind.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking.
Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him...
Suzerain is the king. As if... It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the 5th and rode the cavalry straight. It's a Belle McGrave. 4.4...
His moves are quick and precise as he first...
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find... I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have in Martinez. The Union is the local. Cop is a pejorative term.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. No man can afford to turn his eyes to the horizon if his rear isn't secured. If the women...
The RCM doesn't discriminate. Women are held to this, unlike men. They also have to deal with the very same mentality you two are displaying.
I'm glad at least some people keep a level head in these turbulent times.
All you observe is a veteran refusing.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Friselzif.
Don't you mean Frist?
You do not speak his name. Crave.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
I have really helped.
Yes, that's what you...
René. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. No, officers, I'm...
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union.
He means caviar socialists.
I wish I could, but I just don't know him.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but...
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not Evrard Claire. Everyone.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed.
The old soldier. There he stands.
Let's try not to get caught in a...
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend... Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have...
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He doesn't know anything. Because...
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member. I hate the socialist rabble. But even siding with them...
Writing work mostly. How could... Oh, nothing official.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple.
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something, officer. I have a vivid...
He just flat...
Of course. Don't think...
I prefer highly...
Mon Dieu.
No, thank you. I'm sorry, officer, but I...
The only one you have.
The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brick.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political. This right here is political.
What the hell are you talking about?
No time to bring him in.
I don't think that's gonna happen. Why would you even...
He won't kill, as long as there's food in his fat belly.
Good. René's on board too. Time to take back the streets. Right-wing populism.
Now you are talking sense, son. All four of...
I'm actually already a member in a group tasked to keep the streets safe. You are too. We call ourselves the police. Are you sure? 'Cause right now, it looks like you are organizing.
What do you mean, officer?
Agreed. What about the whole group?
I'm sure we can come up with something with a bit more oomph than...
How about what? It's weird. I don't like it. We'll...
All right, all right. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, you went through all that trouble for my sandwich. I'm flattered, officer, but my answer is no. Now? How else? Sure, officer. No, thank you.
The worn and beaten wood.
We can sit on bench.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when...
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffiti. The box seems happy. Eat shit, pig. Fucked by the coon. And sent. The mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankful even. So do you. You shudder. By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place, but you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You don't really know, do you? A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street.
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I don't have money. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation.
Try to force a tear out of your duct. Really rip into the whole emotional aggression thing.
Officer, get a hold of yourself, please.
Sweetie, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I don't...
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all. It comes free with a 6-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words, the sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia. You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul, utterly, and through a PA system by other people. Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yeah, you should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. No, don't sing the happy. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
I help you? Absolutely out.
Absolutely in the quest. Your body is ready, sire. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. The man ponders his cook. He looks up at you. Then, shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. You see a heavy the door does not. The door. That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. An hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical. You have truly wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about... Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? What happened, man? You used to be... Get your drink on and your act together. Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tape. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor. He nods.
No problem, officer.
The window stands broken. The morning light hurts. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending, a thought, a sadness. Just like that, it's over. The running... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. A simple little cadence. He's seen
from another planet. Hey there, it's the Jam, my man.
the air from the east is thick with...
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days. Yeah.
It's official. He too agrees. This is...
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak. Or he just likes unusual words. Or both.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week off. So tell me, what do you need? Huh? Oh. No, the bosses, man. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for us. It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much and the hours are long.
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like... Yes, but do continue. You were asking...
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too.
Ah, yes. From the Wild Pines. We'll meet her.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this met. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Oh, high-grade narcotics.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs are nice. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested?
A motor lorry, also called a camion.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her, not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All account.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological.
Ask for his conclusion.
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
I'm okay, man. Just... the jams got me down.
Maybe the full-on direct approach.
Don't be a stranger.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island amid every school of thought and government has failed in the city. But I love it nonetheless. It belongs. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said...
I know exactly what you meant. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM.
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I haven't learned anything.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes.
Whatever you say.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had... Oh, not much anymore. Apples.
Apples is
Look, as detective. I'm here to pick up a load of fuck.
Koiko may be another derogative. For a person from Grodd,
Yep, it's one of their main exports.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe. It features no...
He means the people living...
Yeah, you know, Gradnix, Gradvolk. Cause that's what they're all called. Koiko Pit. Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature... did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet?
Relax. You've got all you can get here.
Oh, not much anymore. Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of...
Look, I'm here to...
Koiko may be another derogative.
Yep, it's when...
In fact, Yeko...
Yeah? Says who? Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those Koikos.
The man bites his lip and drops the near-finished cigarette, lingering.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather, someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep it sure fucking is. We have trusting street thugs with their... it's about not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all. You might... I'm not the only one. Look, I've read
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior. Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? And then for the problem? The damn Kips are showing a real good game lately.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
It's what the Kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You go right ahead. You may be a
Lieutenant Kitsuraga's stern expression. Not a lot of moral fiber on this one yet, he thinks, wriggled out of it. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The vows are blurred and flesh. Lower intestine? Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most yes, Women. Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. That's what fascism boils down to. Stomach truth. You're having a stomach because you've said the hard things that others won't say. Okay. Yeah, that sounds much better. You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Brot. There's a slow, painful. It is one of betrayal.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? A 7 to 11 grocery store. I think they think that the extra T makes it.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in...
You mean this? This is Pop Stars.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34.
Yeah, they're kind of boring, but, you know. Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't...
She looks up from...
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? A warehouse? I don't...
She scrunches up her face.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a...
She looks up.
Yes. What we have is there. In the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself. I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really...
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for...
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality.
She is like a student, unexpectedly.
I don't really know anything. I mean, yeah, that's why I'm working my arse off. I don't know. What about it? We're in Frit as mankind.
What will her essay prompt be?
In a good place. I mean, science is doing great, and I don't know. Look.
The clock shows the time at 10:09.
When ordinary people take... Yeah, it happened like our government? Or do you mean something else? It's cool.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, "Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle." A small cabinet on the wall. Their logo is the...
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. I don't know. I don't really know what,
Nosafed heals +1.
Saint Baptiste. You know, Saint Baptiste Pharmacy.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company. A colorful display of cigarettes and the bottles wink at you in that dark green glass. All in that.
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that. The pale aged vodka is special, you know. I mean, I already said it.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Use medication like Nosafed and...
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like...
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves. Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, gotta be bloody stupid, freaking evil to scab. Or I guess, scared maybe. But personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop...
Psst, show him your stolen card. Now has the right.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
The man looks at the color.
But that's not you, officer. From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago Jean? Highly unlikely. I've known John...
Now you're in a mess. The time hath not arrived. Sorry.
Oh, John's been out drinking himself blind again?
No, it will prove useful still. Believe your thieving fingers.
Oh, is my friend in some sort of trouble? Who knew? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Probably not. I wouldn't even know where to start with that. Much better here at the harbor, for an honest union man like me. My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range, I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not...
If it's all so simple, why don't...
I walk right past Measurehead? Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini supremacist there. Then press the button to unlock, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
The man whispers a jaunty tune.
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing, though. Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scab... You know, serious business.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike, too. Just...
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see... Of course, Policia. It wasn't me.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. I don't believe you. Post L'Aventurier said the same thing, that it wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the... Murder, huh? That sounds like a... That's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing either. I don't even know what day it is. Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Are you admiring my moth? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this. What is this androgynous?
Merely standing up makes you sweat profuse.
Stop it! You are embarrassing. This display of weakness may appeal to older.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe...
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is... No, you don't. You need to get another drink.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Jerking motions. Signs of a late stage neuro. You gave the world. You dominated Les Circles. You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him. Just out of reach.
Enough with this begging. You should leave. Bring your troops to the seminary. The walls will be lined with bottles of...
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. The best idea.
Racists are generally...
Welcome to Revachol. You must think redheads.
I am not like them.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions.
That atavistic stick...
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electric.
You are obviously a liberal, Sayolite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the hero. Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals. Excluding a receding genetic pool has led the Mound on reprehensible street parades. In Mound cities like Stadskanaal, you know them by the names of their nation-states.
Mahoon is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people in some municipalities of Oranje.
The Mound are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassels.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, Not a good Satorian.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the other large mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow. Overproduction of sea, as proven by the Maun and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retro. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is the latter is perfected. You need to know both types A and B to understand.
Yeah, you have to have context, you know.
Type B are the unheroic races. Amorphous, non-comp...
The Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish. Like a pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advance. The Khoiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with Podat.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semino Areopagite superstar. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Semini. The Revacholians, halfway between type A and the racial Cauldron. Too mixed to know.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening.
But the revolution came to Ravachol from Grad. In Zara, the revolution is fatal, familia. Enough of Tibet. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments. Lesser races like the Mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a Mesk woman and a Seminese man. Only the Mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. Then there is the Semino Koiki Chimera. The Khoiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich. This will never happen. The Simonese and the Khoiko, but enough. It is cruel to... You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what you need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibet Vasholian. Your love for disco... don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do. Mr. Claire is a man of vision and means. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Of course you are, Revacholian man. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Of course it does. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the South Island race. Haplogroup, we are the future. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulum... No. I have heard about it. I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just... You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next race...
That will be the...
He will grant us 3.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits.
The lieutenant.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not run...
All right, hold up and stay frosty, everyone. You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a... Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Rights of people.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Maybe you should ask them the questions. We have famine.
So do we, Scott.
Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to...
Honest men and women, we came here to help the harbor.
I have a question. Why do
you think they follow because I'm big and loud? No, they follow the rule. We were promised work. We'd be in there. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer, or whatever he is. Like civilized folk, you mean?
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home.
No! They will give up eventually. Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gate. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us.
We are not picking a side.
Pity. Let us! When a bunch of ungrateful beats me, they mumble nonsense about...
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up. He ignores your question, choosing instead silence is the answer. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something...
What's it to you? Big mess caused by Union greed.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? We're done here. I have a strike to break. Right to work! Right! Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
What's it to you? No, don't think we've met before.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Don't know.
Every once in a while, it's like you can...
We're all workers, right? Worked at Territorial. Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy grad... The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see the driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection. A large metal pendant hangs from the... It is a seal of Royalist-era Revachol. The back end of the cabin has a book with ragged edges catches your notice.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this... Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Peter. A Stars Riker, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages. Not many people outside of Grad. And
A Stash Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what...
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue. The colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler.
An old case for my precinct. A couple of Zhimsk they said it was an honor killing. Hussar style.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal...
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word. People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. 4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. There's so...
The prisons in the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence...
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like these before actually examining the body. But my... Yes, detective? You sure you're not Zhimsk?
Yes, you're sure. The small, wrinkled woman does not greet. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century. No response wherever this woman...
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better... Why?
An old monument stands, a silver plaque on the statue's pedestal. As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on it, even by the standards of the Philippian kings. Old sumptuous Philip was known well. He blew through the whole national treasury, his own maladministration. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold. But wait, you haven't even heard about... You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weapons. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right cocaine. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the high beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the... Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals... The statue is supposed to capture the moment. People in Martinez tend to disagree. Those critics might have it wrong, though. Philip III, the squanderer, however, not that he ever didn't. Something with great kinetic energy. Someone shot him in the heart.
Okay, I can't... Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But if we connect every bullet hole in Martinez to the murder, I've made a note. Don't hold your...
The king stands high above you. Surveying something with someone shot him in the heart.
Okay. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. Why not? What this shows us is...
The king stands high up. Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a oh, yeah. Like a horse. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. A little. You make it ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and the Guardsman has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think. Because of the taxes, G-Man's taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate. That is revolution. You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sell 98% of all your money. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love... Yes? Yes. Have you got it? A lot. For the room and broke... Yes?
Fuck does Kuno care?
What's going on? Is an ungovernable youth on your crime scene. Like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a sudden surge of self-pity coming on.
Trying to fuck at the Kuno! Trying to fuck at me! Kuno gonna fuck!
Normal is not what we got here. You've got...
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? No, it's not fucking...
He thinks you're fucking for Kuno! He said...
Get the fuck out of here, pig! Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there?
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Erie-Opagite descent.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take... Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit.
Yeah. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March? Fish is sometimes used to fertilize the soil a few weeks before planting something. Maybe she was preparing... Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give... Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a Yeah? No, it's not...
He thinks you're
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it? Kuno's fuck gimp.
He's trying to hide the fact that
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch. That's probably climbed. You heard Kuno. I don't know. Mesk or...
there is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the...
Why you gotta be riding Kuno? You wanna know where... Don't tell him that! It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno City. Lame! That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is.
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
You're testing Kuno's...
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Stay away from me, pig. I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods. Good.
Don't be traumatized.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid
Get the fuck out.
So it's a girl.
I'll die before You don't want to fuck with...
You can still...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this...
Get the fuck out.
So it's a girl. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why there it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool?
Be still, my beating heart. The lieutenant isn't stuck. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Perhaps not. This is below. See that ladder there? It's probably another way into...
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white ring.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the earth. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still. The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
Is it? Kvalsund mix, but I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here. What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the... Or it could be that we are just exploring. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go... Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide? Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You could have died there. Shit.
Hey! What happened? I understand. We can always come back when you are feeling better. It's just a cloak after all.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope. The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope. The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no. You could have died there. The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope. The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no. The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no. You could have died.
Hey!
is still caught on the railing. No. A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. No, no. You could have died.
Hey, hey! What? I understand. We can always come back when you're feeling better. It's just a cloak after all.
Tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM.
What are we doing? Or it could be that we are just exploring.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK. His eyes trace the crane's contour.
Yes. We were in the middle of something. Your cloak. The cloak? Well,
the cloak looks like a bag of goodies float. A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses. Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a...
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have...
With your feet firmly planted on the... This is the night watchman's booth. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. You need to rest. Your body is aching. Getting in here has taken something.
If you must. But please hurry.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean, and it's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René.
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow, stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does...
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia? Don't think about that. Quick, think about something else. The imagined dazzle of light overwhelms any list of potential side effects. Any negative thoughts are drowned out. You take the painkillers. They are yours now. You stand and exit.
Yes?
Only banal things strike you. One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft... rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh. On. Arrête. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprising, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane moving this container.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing
the crane does not return to it. Before you stands a cargo container.
You do? Because there are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with the cargo. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the...
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of... You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can...
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Container, I'll turn ya night.
The lyrics to this contain. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not.
Container, Everard. He looks up. I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing. Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit. People say us Ubies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. So it's easier.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising. It's like some red infect. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the dip.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them. Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates. Keeping it. We're on a strike. The whole union is.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard, miss. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
I remember I was the runt of the class. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. I'm sure you'll be good friends. Yes. Everybody needs a job, and I'm like Mr. Ev. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a...
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real, but I can't listen to the radio all the time. Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through...
He respects that word.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up, if me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real... Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such...
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Yes, this place really seems to run...
Well, thanks a lot. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't real... Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I...
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Ed... Oh, Mr. Everett is usually in his office, of course. Bye-bye now.
Before you is a walrus of a man. With great effort, he straight with a mixture of expectation and impatience. Well bottled.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately...
He looks extremely comfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man and reasonable men, so tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
Before you, with a mixture of expect.
Welcome, Mr. I'd offer you my...
He looks extremely
You go ahead.
Whatever. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us...
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect him. I, too, have convictions. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future...
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that... So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
Before you, with a mixture of expect.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois. I'd offer you my...
He looks
You go ahead.
Whatever. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You'll get...
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a... Very well, Mr. Dubois. I, too, should you find...
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. Considers your actions with some puzzle. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side. On second glance,
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork.
The drawer opens smoothly. Hundreds of documents containing logistical and the same materials being handed over to companies inside. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. Look how blurry all the lines on these. On second glance,
it's unfortunate for
the drawer open. Hundreds of and the same material. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. Look how blurry all the lines on hermeneutic. An imposing combination of on second glance,
It's unfortunate for the Union.
There it still is. The drawer open. Hundreds of and the same material. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of Look how blurry. There it still is. The drawer open. Hundreds of and the same. It's hard to make sense of this thick. Look how blurry all the. There it still is. The drawer open. Hundreds of and the same. It's hard to make sense of this thick. Look how blurry all. There it still is. The drawer, hundreds, and the same. It's hard to make sense of this. Look how blurry.
Yes?
There it still is. The drawer open. Hundreds of and the same. It's hard to make sense of this. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with it appears to be a to-do list. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, all items on the list have been crossed out, and the drawer slides shut.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nicest. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in his...
This is the night watchman. Rusting control panel. No screech of metal when you push the button this time.
Mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself. Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's borscht. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it. Oh, the whirlings cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You...
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along. file cabinet stands steady as ever. Sliding hundreds of and the same materials. You already went through all of the drawers. Slides. The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. Your fingers run over the dial pad. Calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy.
The voice of a youngster on the other end.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for... Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help...
The call is terminated. The payphone hangs mutely on the...
Там ничего нету, здесь ничего нету. В смысле, блядь? Как из этого болота выбираться? На Тифан купить посмотри.
The payphone hangs mute. A large table with two huge vacuum. You snatch out the red plastic card. It features a black contour of a crane lifting a container.
Материться нахуй.
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago. I'm a nighthawk.
There's a little meanness in that smile.
Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least snow has nutrients in it. Helps.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow. All you can see is the fact that her skin is a...
I can't believe it felt like springtime just... I'm a night...
There's a little...
Well, snow has...
Yes, think about the cute grandma. Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see? That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for...
No, of course not. I don't... The kid did this, right? The red-haired rat? Can't say a sentence without... Okay, maybe you shouldn't be. I mean, you do your job.
You've been resting here for quite a...
Yes.
I understand. The RCM isn't welcome here, and the locals want to keep...
There's silence. The smallest of smiles.
That's okay, miss. Do what you have to do. I think we're done here. Let's go.
I can't believe it's snowing. It felt like springtime just a...
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important...
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleagues... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect it. Not until you bring me them.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use. What?
Oh, Lieutenant. We're done here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage at the back of the motor.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come...
Honestly, that sounds like an amazing...
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition officials. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I just...
The spinners shine so bright, they reflect on the lieutenant's... The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive... Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striped the antlers on the hood of the man's cloak, and smells like worn cotton, and a little worn cotton with a side...
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try...
It's the man from...
Walking away from his burning village, yes. Huh? Oh, I see. That, in fact...
Heimdall isn't...
Neither is the man a real man, of course.
Wow, what?
I mean, even if the man from...
Okay.
You sound scared besides.
It's for the best. His theory isn't exactly...
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I deal in goods, not services.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamp. The light pole has been carefully cut, and this would make quite a statement in your living.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful.
It was brought to me.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. The light has undergone 3...
The light has been removed and rewired.
The most important transformation is the light's placement.
Okay, that checks out. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback. Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad. Big men on big horses.
I used to be very serious about my Franconage.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and...
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then there was...
Which ones? Ah, those.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look in...
You're probably talking about the... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many parents among my...
The boomboxes on the shelf look what one especially catches your eye. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all real... If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can... Absolutely. I've tested it.
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
The stuff I record myself. Silverware shaking in drawers.
Maybe you should ditch me.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away.
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the medical establishment.
I do appreciate it. It's not often that I see officers from the... What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector. Just what...
I haven't had any problems myself.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me in...
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eye...
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them. Prolodon is just something I was with the emerg...
He's taken for mental and emotional. not physical pain these days.
A bad idea.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle, a primitive nuclear reactor. Construction began during, needless to say, an emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blow.
We were an all-volunteer force.
On the patch, Gamma Ray.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. There wasn't much to volunteer for. There's a reason why everyone's so much. No one's.
So much.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive. The cleanup happened 15 years, so I came to Martinez. I like the theory more than the story.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself. Truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have...
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and I do my best to keep my...
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze...
Sure thing. Sure, man.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the loot.
Yes, these are very, very...
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant...
Thank you. Here's the 100 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing any more clothing at another time, perhaps. Have you tried it before?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to... He won't be your knock, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
If you say, here you go, man. Of course.
Что-то появилось там? Стоит кому-то подал бы. Наверное, стоит местное настроение, но все равно.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that you pull the lever all the way. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of... A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on when you pull the lever? All the nothing happens. The spring brings the lever. Wasn't there a sign?
Hello again, officer. How are things? I'm a Nighthawk.
She's still here.
You don't have to stay.
I like the city at night. Don't...
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as...
The door is closed. This door can open. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you. The door is closed.
Yes?
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an...
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day. Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough. It's not my job to evaluate your method. We didn't get to meet Evrard Claire, but we did get into the harbor. We didn't talk to the Wild Man's Red. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run about. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice? It's impressive, especially for a man. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Ravachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of, yes, although indirectly, as officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. The RCM's primary role is we can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion, and you can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights. We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal. You have to supply compelling evidence for not a good position to be in. Yes. The last...
He has internalized it well. It's just that.
That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossible. Precinct 41 is known for a higher than average rate of police violence. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works out. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in the coalition government. The RCM was formed by the coalition government. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol be sentimental if you like. Either way, the Moralist...
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running... They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our court, what do they believe in? They are DeLoreans. They be...
Those others say they...
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not.
Something kind, something like the dark blue.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinion. The historic figure, the author of the modern age, you will have to look at, do you? We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes.
The dying lights of the city, an aerostatic passes overhead.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company. Not daring to come here more. We run this city. West of the river is RCM. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are... Me too. But I wouldn't come...
He is very tired.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Lonesome. Long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. The bed is cold and not particularly. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you... And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has smells of alcohol. It barely covers your toes, stretching a bit tense in the muscles. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed freight. Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. Do you remember the warmth of her thighs? Between her legs? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It would tell me. Where are your friends? No, it's gone. You found Elysium. Everything. The pirate. You really dropped the ball, Harry. No, you haven't. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in Stinky Bar. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of help you. Why?
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Жопа захищать.
Good going, buddy. Really? Because you feel even worse this... You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired? It's just that your heart is finally... You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Suit yourself. Slow, sad shell man. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Ай, жирная, иди туда куда-нибудь. Нахер. Туда, туда. Нахер. Нахер отсюда. Ты вот сейчас прыганешь тут, я тебя знаю, блядь. Все свои тухлые, жирные, блядь.
The door is closed. Still nothing. This door can...
Жирный хоббит. Тело прячет жирное в утесах.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Heart. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an order. A lot of things point to the dock workers union. That's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. Still, we need... I completely forgot. Sorry, one loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately.
Yeah, streetwise. But aren't you curious to know?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the...
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around... Yes? Another thing. Great. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. No, you don't. Fucker. Lay off the swear. Besides, the RCM doesn't do search warrants.
You do realize you can just go into the kitchen at 1300. Sambo is an acronym for Samoan boxing.
Yes? Another thing. Great. I love those. What are you, a cook now? You're not. You're a menace. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. And want me to make an exception for you? You're not. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed. Yes?
Just a moment.
She's agitated.
And there's no public...
The closest phone booth is down the...
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. Please don't trouble yourself about me. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. The manager was vague about...
Why would he be vague about phone problems?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back. I was also hoping
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This is... you have more...
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know.
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel, but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few...
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, Gary's as loyal as they come. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause...
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation...
Yes, some left field side.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him. Oh, you're such a dear. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist.
It's a pseudoscience.
That's one of...
She's used to playing.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby. Searching for such...
The quality of research at Revacholian universities.
Oh dear. I'm not sure. Well, his expression...
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's...
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with
The lieutenant pulls out.
one other thing. He'll likely have all kinds of... We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary via dating agency. I'm ashamed we hit it off.
She's skipping over some important.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating.
The lieutenant gives you a...
Well,
Ah, yes. Phasmatopia. A diverse group of...
where other phasmids imitate, hence its name, the insul...
I knew it. We're good.
It's not made up of... It's simply a loose... Well, some teenagers making out in the reed saw one. They didn't know what it was. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarm.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face.
I suppose I have something of a... Not at all. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly. Oh dear. I'm afraid Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still...
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. It's not strange, it's inconvenient. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It will... If you do find out who cut the line, though. Yes, and the phone company is taking it... Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked... If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know. Yes, and the phone... It's not... Who told you that? Fine, yeah. If you do find out who cut the line... Yes?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. At the mention of mañana gets his attention. The man says a couple of sentences. I'm pretty sure he asked you. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Boss need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and...
Of course, vodka. Now, turning it up seems like a dangerous idea. Honestly, the place is a powder keg. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where...
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the dock workers. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus. That's Titus. Talk to him.
It doesn't matter if you recognize...
She says nothing. Could this be the Miss Buford that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everard sent to Lord...
I suggest not wasting time on...
Even though she has excellent control over herself,
No. Talk to Titus. What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. Aggressive, you make your living in...
Just dock workers. Do dock workers spy?
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing...
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do you...
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
Противно. Попасть.
Fuck does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was shit. Get the.
He can't do that.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of a.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you?
Oh, that. Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
What?
What is this shit?
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Well played. No one saw that coming.
It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything? Yeah? It's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like...
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
It's a vitamin pig. Okay, whatever.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely...
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna...
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and... Kuno doesn't...
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of... Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically You need to get so magged up. You've one stroke. Don't be so modest. He's having one right now. Yes, if you want to live, you need to. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell. It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle.
They do after 7 days.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to delicate and fragile. They feel these are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are...
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any, it's clearly some manner of super armor.
Ceramic plate, zirconium under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model thief piece by piece. He's been out here for... We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. No, he must have worn something precious underneath his clothes. Someone could have cleaned the yard. But that's a...
I hear you, cop, talking shit about the Kuno. Come here and say it's a Kuno's... You wanna fuck me, huh? You wanna fuck the Kuno?
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre. The Mazda.
What? Are you trying to ignore me?
Kuno, this boots shit is super boring, and the guy's a total Victopaz.
It is. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. For a full set...
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumption. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistribute.
Faint, organic lines cut like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like if trees were made of porcelain. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into... The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745 678222. Let's lie.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
Even the mongrels can see you're a...
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what I said. You'll compromise.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like the neck isn't good.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? How many clothes do you need? You already found enough. There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his butt.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off. But first, the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant... All right then, you can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many honor points have you collected? Of course there aren't. Don't...
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick...
The cadaver slowly twists on the cup. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt. Big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think...
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You? Yes, it often is. This bed worries me.
The cadaver hangs. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time...
A map of the stars. I do see some similar...
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice.
So am I.
He wears a wide leather belt. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open.
A Trigger Sunshine.
Trigger is the world's leading manufacturer.
Shit, Kuno!
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milky white, and blind, dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode.
I'm gone. Into the wild, in the past, way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer, a motherfucker, and a killer. Go ahead, copper. What do you mean? It's the power of you mad. Go ahead. Ask me more questions, because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Here you go, you loony. Fuck no. You're no root. No, you don't. Between you and me, you're because you have. Do I remind you of...
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
No, not quite. You sure I got out of that one. Coppellini, come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If
As you narrow your eyes, this is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fat...
I see it. His neck too. The lividity...
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of color, coursing...
So, what do you think? Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the...
The victim appears to have contained no more than half...
The fuck he said?
Talking about shit.
Malicious laughter erupts in the...
Big...
The lieutenant's face is made of stone.
I do. Most of them are post-mortem.
Stop talking in riddles.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
I agree.
His personality...
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes. I do.
Stop talking.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
I agree.
His personality...
Totally dead. Dabadoob dead. I agree.
His personality.
Totally dead.
Sure, the corpse looks by, oblivious.
I agree.
His personality.
Totally dead. No siree. I agree.
His person.
Totally dead. He's. I agree.
His person.
Totally dead. Absolutely.
But there is no breath to catch.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Someone else? You mean like...
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? What?
Someone like a paid garbage man? Or... I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing climb up there, and there has to be a less risky way. With less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
Silence. And produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's test position. Take it.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls. Oh,
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's test was...
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
No, we are lucky as it is. We did any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. Remain collegial, officer. It was an honest mistake. And
Kuno's sorry.
The lieutenant doesn't.
I have to say, it's beginning to look...
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
It's bad as it is. Us should go ahead. I'm not stopping you.
This is the sorry...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite. You've held this.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
The buckle comes into focus in your sights.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
Don't.
Do it! Put it right here, Mulko! Right here!
Intense shit, copper.
Fucker waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic! Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly, the slow movement of the branch.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse strict.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry! I knew it!
Ask for another shot. You'll get it with the next one. The goddamn light reflected off some window.
The cadaver is already
It came out wrong. You made it sound like you're some sort of roulette addict. Feels like shit, man. How did this happen? Hit him.
I agree. Police work is overrated. It is trying and stressful.
It's not the gun's fault you can't shoot.
Pigs don't have that.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
The lieutenant does not dignify that.
We still need to get him down somehow. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too. To ask the suspects for help with the victim's body, to be indebted to Evrat, clearly we can't.
Suck my dick, bitches.
He's a dangerous.
Yeah, don't go being someone else.
Hooray for us.
The man before you is naked.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it? What? Bitch, you...
Not all of us. Act like that.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit again. Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window. But you and Kuno are good for now. Pals? Shoot that shit.
The determination in his voice leaves little room for...
And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it? The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuckgimp's got one big thing wrong. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a jack. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea. Rugby style. Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates. Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one...
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about...
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that.
Fuck are you talking about?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Where's the fucking shit? Make...
Has Kuno been to some kind of school? Probably a...
Watch out, Kuno.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about your handicap. Get a wheelchair or something. Kuno doesn't care. You're testing...
Get lost.
The fuck about it? Fuck you.
He says you're stupid.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder?
You hear the lieutenant hum.
You're testing...
Get lost.
The fuck about it? Fuck you.
He says you're stupid, Kuno.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, calling Kuno.
They're lost without you, Kuno.
Why don't you figure your...
Maybe we should...
You're testing...
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't...
Can't believe you didn't take the shot. Fucking...
Her knuckles have turned white, holding on to that...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods.
Don't be traumatized.
Yes? Hello? Me? No,
She doesn't really want to be this. Is she such a working class woman?
not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. It is. I know you are. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend.
My husband? I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but I don't know. Why are we still?
It's got to be something else then. Why else would you be asking her?
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking.
What? That's just my dog. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That there is no investigation?
Okay, it must be asked then. What are you doing here?
I don't mean to disrespect.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies.
I don't even.
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Even if I had, it would be great. Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your herald?
Wonderful. The story is open.
Her hands move over the book covers. The woman before you.
Hello again, esteemed officer. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies. Goodness, you were already... Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself.
She smiles and nods.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird...
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Turns out that there are so many... You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool. Slowly, you move...
Do we really need to do this? I think not.
Oh, a nature enthusiast. Good choice.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels. A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest found on the Seminole. This book talks about the delicate nature of two. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and it is not recommended to get a cock. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They ouch. Not great for performing. Yet this is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, perhaps the most impressive of all the species. In the words of poet-explorer, despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species. Common in all... Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied. This sorry-ass bird belongs on your heraldry. It probably doesn't... The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism, a shameful way to treat a former king. Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures. After rifling the page, the magazine is divided into several sections. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal, but, like the structures of capitalist ideology, only 4 issues in. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics...
What do you expect? It was laying around the office.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. This section includes a long, tedious script. You also skip over and... Whoa. Bear it. It seems to be part of a new public fitness. According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's based on the description in this Sapormat Sport, it's quite straightforward. A standard match features one match. According to the SRV's ministry, this is the SRV we're talking about. That's very much the idea. President Kaczynski has long maintained that a strong...
The Samaran People's Republic? No, I should expect not. Why do you ask? They're quite the spectacle, as I understand, on account of the blood.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. It takes a moment, but gradually, why they decided as you leaf through this section. The main feature, though, the tip-top tournée is, and this so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief... You think you're settling in for a Instead, you find yourself skimming at where to even start. For one, so all of it, basic. Oddly enough, this article had, there's no way. Have you ever met anyone named more than that? They're likely anagrams. Under capitalism, the article, thus, the so-called, and that precise, at the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip-Top Tournée is simply the apotheosis of spectacle.
Oh, come on. Can this article read your mind? Well, if I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen...
You flip back to the front of the magazine. Unsurprisingly, much of this set you skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape... this must be Gaston's handiwork. One of the editorials proclaims that the more the forces sounds like their bodies just... You flip back to the front of the magazine. Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are. Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye can...
I'm sorry, officer. The map, they're quite valuable. Though they might not... Yes. Are you interested or not?
This bookstore is not strict amidst the various books. These three... The point of the book, and many others on it serves platitudes, while also telling wholeness, unity. When it's up to your mind, it's your own fault if you're... The book features chapters on topics. There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition.
Sir, please, I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers.
Your munching has ruined my concentration! Ah, yes!
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine...
A superpower! feared and respected. A testament to what this country decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the Revachol would be a different place if...
Don't get started on that.
The Carabinier doesn't reply.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy. The nobody...
You can't even take the responsibility. That's why
Of course.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine.
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
I'm listening. Right. Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during... I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and... Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that. It's a private matter.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man...
I'm fine, got that.
It's his heart.
No one. The boss says...
No one has been guarding...
Yes.
Look, officer, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before.
The possibility of someone...
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabinier's pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words. Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong.
Yes, yes, yes. Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now? She is no...
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
As René turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest wrap too. The larger one is shaped like a crowned head in front of two crosses. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. A small blue star. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish
for bravery. I'm sure, but I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies. Honor is
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will...
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and...
It was on the first months of the revolution here. King Frisel thought he could end. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar. Wearing the tunic of purple...
He really despises that
purple velvet tunic.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us... The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flip, then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my... I grabbed my sidearm.
Capitaine Arnaud, le flip.
The bane of hope.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me, and the Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one. So I grabbed the Dink and started crawling. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the Joel, he was the commanding officer, and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't have...
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. The old Carabinier.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling, and that even while scrolling...
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Maybe, but oh no, you have to...
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid. only interested in horses, hairstyles.
Whoa, man love it is not.
Bah! There were many such thoughts.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger.
I'm not getting...
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything worth mentioning among your achievements. You should resort to good old lying. But of course, sire. Looks like they're waiting for you to...
Officer! Oh, sweet Jenny.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest.
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street. She was René's first girl, back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he...
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80...
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close.
We were just boys then. No point starting this all over again. For this thousand...
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. René and I were both but...
Died. No use shook...
Departed. Until the very end she could never make up her mind about anything. What? She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we're both still engaged.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy.
He suddenly remembers you are still there.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. Sweet, sweet Jenny. Ask away, officer. I knew she could never... She was always... Heck, technically...
You always confused...
He suddenly remembers...
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
Looking for something?
Right to work! Right to work!
How can I help you? The little boy had a good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official...
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes. I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union man.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say...
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it in. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
All of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some for them, and I would leave the boots to press.
It's implied he finds.
MSK's Epic Day, all across Martinez. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good. No problem. If you see the...
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. A warehouse.
She scrunches up her face.
Fine. For it doesn't...
The tear machine stands in the... Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Fuck does Kuno care? So? North Jamrock. Kuno meant everything north of 881. The rooster...
Kuno sent your fat ass running around.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. After this shit, you better have some...
Yeah, real interesting.
The fuck about it? Kuno's fucking...
He's trying to hide the fact.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a... Your test...
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods.
Don't be traumatizing.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of...
Of course. You have questions, don't you? Come back late.
Ace!
Yeah, you better keep walking.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. It's just so many walls all over.
Are you trying to sneak up on me?
Apparently, she doesn't. Logic error. She's.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking clever with me. Trying to sneak up on me again. Trying to sneak up on me again.
There must be another way to the building.
I knew I should have quit.
Just an ordinary wall. No. A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat.
Good afternoon, officers. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the Arse Baton, my maiden name. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can...
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should...
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the mean... Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are...
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island group.
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor.
Actually, that motor carriage has been... It's for crossing long distances in a greater...
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around. Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down. You're not? Okay then. Just keep on.
The boat? No. It is called Coeur de Lake. It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be my sloop. I like it a lot.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Officer,
The crowns of her teeth, her nonchalance, might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act.
Good. What we do?
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants...
The Pines' core competency is and that is the terminal. Another subdivision.
The Wild Pines group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that past a certain point, numbers begin to seem a conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If they started as an exploration and cargo fleet, conduct centuries of care, deliberation, and madness, you know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands, everything, right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliment.
The octopus that straddles Revachol.
Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot.
But I am derailing us. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice...
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped...
Wait, she just admitted...
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Oh, so you've met him?
My colleague has his peculiarity.
Of course. To each their own. Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind of...
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare.
This isn't the first time.
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the Union won significant...
Ludicrous, even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator. Mr. Clare has worked with... There are leaflets everywhere, and back. Every worker.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about... Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they're having a blast. But how can they afford it? I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. And now, people are getting...
Excuse me, from whom did...
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his...
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines group has more effective channels of information. After all, 2002...
The scabs? You mean the huddled...
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines, or
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later...
Everard Clare is a man of the... Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine...
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe?
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention... He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin... Yes. Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' due. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried, and your opinion, Detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say, indeed, and a hungry one? Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech, I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous...
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter election...
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence. Pollock downright haunting, if you ask me. The point of the presentation is...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
I'm glad you are.
Disappeared?
Yes.
This forewoman, her name?
Indeed. The point of the presentation...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41.
How curious. Why is that, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh, dear. I do believe you, naive as that may sound.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be...
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail.
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have...
You're doing it, despite your own...
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, the Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an... Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to... This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just... No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time?
The situation might have changed drastically.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can... It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the...
Ingredients for...
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't... Yes. After they clear the terminal...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am.
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the dockwork.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the...
How convenient that they're stranded.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver...
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
We did. On more than one occasion.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement.
Well, no. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. This is a limited time opportunity. Once thousands of liters of raw ingredients will pour on...
Well, at least this...
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for...
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi. But we need them trapped here. How do you think they're financing this strike?
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the...
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely. Then loaded onto Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, it may come to nothing, or it may... In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. This...
Yes, reality and experimental side case.
How truly curious. A sort of philosophy.
Are they now?
A deep synthesis.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez. A casual term of endearment popular among...
She refers to...
Martinez is a district of You would be excused for not knowing about... I'm not a good ambassador. This place used to be a province. It's not really a sea. Yes. We're on an...
Known to the early River Sholi.
Caillou, as you already know.
It is clear this, and to humanity at
Revachol, the great kind history detective. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and in the DeLorean century. They say it's where by that I mean, we are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the insular, I think it's fair to say,
a collection of tools.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building.
Silence. The water. The light. There is no recognition.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you...
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. Might I suggest not asking them all right now?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your... These are unimportant times, Detective. For the big time, the revolution. It's quite easy. Those would be the communists. Oh, and the...
She likes the totality of it.
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot... Yes. The Red... Oh, lots of people. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist. Yes. King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist... The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or some were rich enough. They didn't win so much as survive.
She's one of them.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina. The moralists believe in keeping, at least not in the same... This is their zone.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or...
An almost endearingly moralist stand. The turn of the century revolution. The revolution began in a... It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious...
It was a funny time in history. They...
From Revachol and Grad? Why? You and I, officer. A city-state divided into free. The zone of control is modernity.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war. The 30s,
All that untaxed income must have...
yes. And quantitative easing. Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, wild...
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. Good question. What would you have done differently? So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago? Good hygiene. Really. When they failed to step up...
Opinions expressed here do not.
And what is your official...
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revel.
Understandable. They are what they are. Anyway.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this?
I am the vilest of the I am an
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. Yes. I am the nether creature of the... I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decade...
A devil. Who being of great...
That dialect is obesant.
Ah. Maybe. I hope so. I hope we are able to continue as... When the dust settled, the liberals were the only one... With due respect to our overlords, the Eternal... I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez.
She realizes her small...
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of... Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just... This or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. This one used to be mostly the urban middle class, I believe.
Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but...
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member. Yes, you and I belong to the... She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny... All right.
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the super...
And what would that be? I can see that, yeah. Nothing infra about disco, babe. Those days are long behind. The new. A cult. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new... Ah, yes. This is not very... I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease. All of them. You can't get a venereal disease from that. I'm afraid no. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss?
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about a strange coldness comes over you. It's on the tip of your tongue.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Of course, Detective.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The heir suddenly, it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is an increment. History's greatest. That's the genius of Dolores Day. Tisk tisk. You may never live to what rationality? What sang-froid? Do you believe the status quo is preferable to... There you have it. Sometimes holding the line in the kingdom is partly because it's also post-industrial. Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. That's right. Remember, real democracy... A sturdy metal door guards the south. The door rattles against your knuckles. The door rattles again. But
stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No. I'll go check the backyard door. Maybe...
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you.
There is no reply. Just fake...
The streets will flow red once more.
The streets will not flow red.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, and here I was trying to be polite.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism. The lieutenant is desperately searching. Hatred, disgust, the woman on the boat.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Pig's not half as dumb as he looks. Can't you tell? I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Yeah? Thanks.
She means the opposite.
I ain't no snitch.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Fucker. What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little... If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time. No, no. That's all the snitching, Cindy. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal...
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
Watch your back, ungulate.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah, why?
Why must we stop to look at this?
Just an ordinary wall.
Trying to sneak up on me again?
You see a young man on a balcony.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real...
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too...
We will remove the body as soon as...
Oh.
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more...
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint...
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show...
Trash?
Please don't go.
Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll not. He could be a witness. Him or his. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in... There must be another way into the building.
A sturdy metal door. This could be a way into the apartment building. The smoke...
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have no...
You can't think of anything convincing. Time for some police brutality.
No, you're not.
Despair creeps into you. Getting fat